Alright, we can get some music going. Capture some music going. Let's see. What's pegging my CPUs today? Thankfully, Core Audio D and that continuity daemon seem to be behaving. Those are the ones right now that seem to just kill everything. So let me go ahead and put ye old headphones on and hear what I can hear. Test the soundboard out. Make sure we got good soundboarding. All right, soundboard sounds good. So with that, I'm just going to go ahead and post a couple of Modilios. Oh, okay, that's the tweet for the day. Hold on. I'll pull that up in a second. Alrighty. Getting ziggy with it. Na 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 na. I got 41 seconds before this thing starts. Or so they tell me. I do like this song, but I'm going to skip it. Okay, let's bring it in, folks. Here we go. Hello, hello, and welcome back. Little Breath of the Wild for us. I'll turn that just a touch down. Okay, so I did a little bit of work off camera, not that much. If you were really interested, you could see the recent pulls. I just fixed a memory issue. I didn't really do much else. So, boop. And I brute forced the parser, meaning I didn't really write a parser. I just kind of followed down a path and inserted more switch statements until I got to the end of it. So the goal there was not It wasn't really, okay, this, I'm trying to create the parser. It was just, how about I do something to get me to the next step? Okay, I think I can get out of here. Get out of here. I don't remember where. Let me see. I think I rebooted my machine since I was getting ziggy with it. Whoop. Oh, what was that? A window just disappeared. Oops. It's gone now. Can't get it back. So I'm just, don't mind me while I find out where my, I'm just going to close out a bunch of windows here. And then see if I can find anything. So my newest trick, by the way, is I just clone everything into my temp folder. And if I didn't commit it, well, there's a yellow gone wrong. Okay, I don't need that one. Is this one we were looking at? And I'll go through kind of what I'm thinking here. How we need to switch this up. What was this? Okay, let me bring this one over. And get into the project directory. Oh, okay, so I do have it there. So it reads some literals. It just does a very bad job of it. Let me go ahead and pull and make sure I didn't do anything on my other computer. Okay, we got some documentation. Yeah. Nothing else has really been done. How's it going? Hello. Just me this time. So essentially, what I'm thinking is that I just delete pretty much all of this. We're going to start over. Let's see. Can I just... Reader value buff. And I think we might reuse that string buffer in multiple ways. Also, I saw something about an any reader. Is that a thing? It doesn't appear to be a keyword. But I saw something in the documentation about an any reader. I thought maybe that was a thing. Okay, consume value. Yeah. Yeah, we're just getting rid of all this. State loop. While true. Yeah, we're just going to get rid of everything. Just going to nuke it. And we're going to start from scratch on purpose. So, I will get around to unused loop label. And just switch, else, break. Does it break like the break state loop? And then, okay, there we are. So now it'll go ahead and it'll do nothing, and it'll do it really, really well. So what I was thinking about is the different states we have to manage and what data we have to keep track of. We have to start, basically where we start is we're just reading white space and comments, and we need a writer, and it could be just a no-op writer. That's fine. In fact, I'm gonna code llama that. How do I create a no-op writer in Zig? And then Oh, and I also should pick out this specific video real quick to post in the Zig channel. Because I've got my generic YouTube link rather than the specific link. Oh, oops. Nope. Try one more time. Third time's the charm. Okay, and then where was that? Projects, meetups, Zig internals. Requests. Okay. Okay. So our entry state is basically we're reading to try to find something that matches the pattern of possibly an export space and then an all caps key name. That's what we're looking for. And then we're going to go into, I think the next thing that has to go into is read unquoted. So once we get to the equals, we'll start reading unquoted. And then from read unquoted, we can get to pretty much all of the other states. And that's the state that we have to end at as well. So we go from read literal to either an error or read unquoted, because either the quote's going to end, at which point we're back at read unquoted, or we reach into file and that's an error. So one of those two things is going to happen. And it's similar for some of these others. There's some that the read var, we probably dip into and then come back out, escape next, similarly. But yeah, I think that this is, now that I've, had some shower time on it and actually spent some time, thinking through it, I think that that's what this needs to look like. And then let's see what Code Llama came up with. Yeah, that looks like garbage. I will be interested. Well, let's see. I doubt it. But Code Llama told me to just pass void into a writer, which that doesn't quite sound right. Let's see, writer. What is our reader called? I think it's a buffered reader. Standard IO buffered reader. Okay, and then type of reader. Can we? Let's see. Does anybody watching know how I would? I mean, I could just implement the interface. I don't actually know how interfaces work yet, but I'm assuming it's probably pretty simple. It's a type. But let's just go for, okay, buffered writer. What does this look like? Fields, unbuffered writer, buff, functions. So how do I create? I'm here and it's your fault. Yes, that is correct. You are very welcome or cursed, whichever you prefer. All right. So writer type, comp time writer type. Okay, let's try this. How do I implement an interface in Zig? Okay. Actions have consequences. Indeed they do. Heaven help us all. No. So I guess I need to look at the source code probably. And the reason why I need this writer is because we're sometimes going to write to a file, but then sometimes we're not. Okay, where's the source at here? Writer type. Where does writer type come from? This is the name, and this is what it is. Okay. Maybe I'll just open dev null. Okay. What is dev t? That seems like the temporary dev. Right? But let's get arch bits dev t. Okay. What is dev t? Okay. How can I open dev a null writer for Linux and Windows with Zig? We'll see if this is any good. It's probably just spitting out garbage. Yep, that's wrong. That might be right. Okay. This is probably a comp time thing. Right? We know. Well, no, it's not a comp time. It is a runtime thing. No, it's a comp time thing because we know whether we're compiling it for Windows or for Linux. So that could be a comp time thing. Okay, I'm gonna have to put this. Okay, let me see. See dev tooling dev, library bindings. Oh. What's up, Iconic? Are you scared? Don't be scared. So I'm trying to figure out how to open up dev null in a cross-platform way. Really, I just want a null writer. Oh. Okay, so there it was. Boom. Right there, null writer. So we're going to create a buffered null writer, folks. I ran out of fundamental truths of the universe to ponder, so I must ask, what are you trying to find? Well, I was just trying to find the I was trying to find a null writer, and it was right there. I just didn't happen to see it. Okay, so this is good. So we're gonna take our null writer. We're gonna make sure we pass this in. Okay. So for right now, when we call our parser, var buffered writer equals standard IO dot buffered writer, and then we're gonna go ahead and sure we'll do 4000 ISO. And I prefer to do this. I prefer to be more explicit. And then we're gonna do maybe null writer, just like that, maybe. And then unbuffered writer. And I'm guessing that we don't need to return this. And it's got underscores, so it should just be a value. Okay, expected a statement. Oh, I've got too many whatchamadoodles there, and then I should be able to close this off, right? And then it's just going to gripe that. Okay, and then I just need to get the buffered writer, get the writer. See, this is intuitive enough. I mean, the null thing was probably intuitive enough too. Buffered writer, and then writer, and then when we do parse, I'm going to pass it the reader and the writer. Okay. So what we'll do in the future is we'll make it so that we're not always returning the null writer. We're going to do just like we did up here. We will have some sort of way of selecting. Well, I guess what we'd want to do, if we pipe from standard in, then we want to pipe back to standard out. That makes sense. Maybe. Yes. Because I literally asked what's a good way to get a null writer, and it was called null writer. And because I was searching dev null. Well, you know, there's a list here. It doesn't, I mean, it's not like it stands out like, hey, it's me, you know, so. There's, yeah. Anyway. All right, that's good. So, yeah, I just want to pass it in so that we've got the thing passed in. And can we not do writer any type? Oh, no. It's just that I haven't used it. Okay. So what I'm going to be doing, the reason I want to do this is because I can't just read it all in and then hand it all back, or maybe I could, but I want to do this in streaming fashion because I want to preserve comments, and I don't want to preserve excess white space. So I'm not sure how that's going to work. I might end up preserving it anyway, because trying to do that in the, I mean, this is probably not the right way to do it in the first place, but whatever. We're going to go with it. Okay. Writer dot write byte var char equals, and then we're just going to do char. And then we did not explicitly say how this thing was getting its buffer. I'm assuming this is just using the page allocator under the hood. Would be my guess. It's going to grab a whole page. That makes sense. It should be a multiple of a page. That makes sense. Okay, so yeah, so for right now, I'm just going to throw it away. But at some point in the future, let's see. Switch state. So I think I first need to implement the state that we need to start with is going to be chomp key. Let's see what my expected states are again. Read unquoted. So we could start with chomp key and read unquoted, and we could probably go on from there. Because that can work. This alone can work. It's not what I want, but it can be enough. Control F, yeah. So, yeah, what I was looking for was dev, which was not the right thing to look for. And then, of course, null doesn't help. And I don't know why. I just didn't assume that it was going to be called literally null writer. But, yeah, I'm with you. JKLW. JKL makes sense. How do you get to W from JKL? Because that doesn't really like roll off the fingers. I could see JKL semicolon. JKL. Wait, is that JK? Down, right. So no, that's left, down, right, up. Are you doing left and right, up? Doing up with your left hand? I'm just trying to manufacture what JKLW might have any relation to. All right. And then I don't think we actually need to have a name buffer and a value buffer. I think it's actually just as well to have a stir buff, because I don't think that we're going to have both of those at the same time. I could be wrong. I could come back on that one. All right, so when we start, the state is going to be chomp key. And then as long as we're in the state loop, we're going to switch our state. And so I guess we can start with chomp key. And then we can bring our reader in here. And I actually want to figure out what this is. Because as long as it's leading white space, I say we delete it. So I'm going to do switch, whoops. Let's see. I have to think about this one too, because I kind of need to know if what the last state was, or rather if we're at the very start. So I'm just going to do var start equals true, and then well, I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure how we're going to do this. W is forwards. Okay. So are you doing the dual setup of WASD and IJKL? And so W is forwards and you're using JK and L for, what would that be? Could you do forwards and squat or something like that? And then is it strafing? So J and L are turning or strafing. I don't actually know how people do games on the keyboard, but I know you can do the WASD igical setup. 10 is the amount of accounts I lost due to password management until I give up on incrementing the number, or something close enough. It's chaos induced for sure. Okay, great. That's excellent. You seem like a really scary individual. I hope I never meet you in real life. They're next to each other in the alphabet. Good. Okay. So, let's see. Is it fair to say we don't care to preserve Windows new lines? Like that's not a goal that we have. Because I'd like to preserve white space. All right, let's not worry about Windows the double character thing yet. I'm just going to put this preserve Windows white space, because we're going to format this to some degree. But anyway, so we're going to take all these things in here. I'd kind of want to preserve up to a double new line. I think at this point I just need to preserve most things. Okay, anyway. So what we're going to do with this is we're going to have chomp loop. And then while true, we're going to get a character, and then if it's one of these characters, then we're just going to do nothing. So we're going to chomp those characters away. If it's E, then we're going to let me go grab what I oops. Read multi or read many. Oh. There we go. Read bytes, no EOF. This one. So we're going to keep some of the stuff around. I'm chaos-induced myself. I'm not scary unless you're scared of being forced to think a chaotic good would be my alignment, I think. Yeah, I think I'm somewhere between chaotic good and chaotic neutral. Do we have a peeker reader? Especially with a buffered, it seems like we should have a peek. No. Let's get back to standard IO. Or even further back if we can. Peek. Can we peek? Wait, okay. Peek. Nope. That's not what I wanted. Let's try again. I don't know what it's doing. Oh, okay, so it's how to search effectively. Oh, what does it say? Search is case insensitive. Okay, cool, I like that. Oh. That it expanded it. Okay, so we have peak stream. Is that like a buffered stream? Can we create a peak stream? Reader type. So we have a reader. I think I kind of want a peak stream. What's how do I do this? Merge with buffered reader. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, let's see. I wonder if you have both types of streams for the same data set. I guess you could look at the source and find out possibly. Well, so when it reads it, there's a question of the, I think, the backing buffer. Let's see if I can understand from the source here. In-stream. Okay, linear FIFO. Unbuffered in-stream. So that was our original reader. Okay, and then peak stream. Okay, good. So the source for both of these is here. That's nice, at least. But I would like to see how this is used. So I don't yet know how I would use that. But it seems like I should be able to use... It seems like I should be able to use a buffered reader. Anyway, what was I doing? So, because what I wanted to do here was it'd be really nice if I could, yeah, peek ahead so many bytes, and then, because I guess my problem is that I need to create a buffer if I want to be able to send this value, which I do. I either need to be able to peek ahead. Let's see. I wonder if linear FIFO buffer type is... Could I just use the buffered stream as my peak stream? I'm going to just try that. I'm going to try doing the exact same thing I was doing before. And we'll need an else here. And then I'm just going to break chomp loop. Just so that that's done and it doesn't complain. Let's see what happens. if I do a couple of things. One, I'm going to try to use a peak reader. Buffered reader. And then what did it want here? How do I use peak stream? Okay, buffer type unbuffered reader. Now this might be double buffering. Whoops. It's not peak reader like the best reader. It's peak reader like peekaboo. Alright, peak stream. Standard.io.peakstream. And it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, how do I... Okay, actually, I think I would have to... Let's back the truck up a little bit. I think in here... I think this is where I take the type of my reader. Okay, cool. So that might work out for me. All right. So then I can do peak reader. And then I can read Okay, I think that should work. Yeah, this should be much better. Line 81 and down. Oh, look at the tests. I don't even know which page we're looking at now. Is it this one? No. Hmm. So in theory, all right, so here we peak. Peak reader dot put back byte. Oh, deleting your... Let me get rid of some stuff. Okay, I need that still. Thanks. 81. Okay, thank you. And technically, it could be any type of white space. So there's that. But let's say... yeah, this is kind of a tough one. Because this puts us in a case where... So I guess export needs to be its own state. Or rather, no, it doesn't. It's just that we need to go into... Well, it kind of does, I guess. Okay. I don't know if we actually... Okay, I'm going to do something that's a little bit weird here. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to read number of bytes 6. And then we need to... I'm going to have a previous state here. So we need to move on the current state. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, if we get in here, then we're going to read that out. And so then the new state needs to be read unquoted. Was that, do we have that defined already? Read unquoted? Okay. No, that's actually not what we want, because we want... I kind of want... It's going to take me a bit to think through this. This is why I'm lazy and just dump the thing into an array and just index into that. But memory is a resource. Okay. Actually, I don't need to do anything here. We'll see. All right, so okay, let's see where my writer was at. Buffered writer. We have just... multi-writer, C writer, right, there we go, just writer, that's what I was looking for. Okay, write byte. Write all. There we go, that's what I wanted. Well, if you've got plenty of memory, then Zig isn't for you, fella. Zig is for people who ain't got no memory. Yeah, the standard doc page does have the test links, yes. Yes. Alright, so I'm going to put back the byte. I'm going to read out total number of bytes. Yeah, export. I'm going to write all characters. And then we're going to save the state. We're going to change the state. You know what? Okay, I think I'm actually overcomplicating this. Because realistically... I'm just going to read byte. And then, as long as it is a form of white space, I know how to read. Think about this. Oh, oops. You know, maybe I was right to just say, well, I don't know, if it was a tab or something. It's a tab or two spaces or whatever. I don't know. There we go. At this point, I'd make a function to check in characters in white space. Fine, I'll go write C# web pages. Wahaha. I'll get there. I have not written a parser of, dare I say, this complexity, probably since college. I've wanted to, and then I'm doing it in a much lower level language. If I was doing it in, say, I've probably have written something similar to this complexity, but writing in JavaScript, it's like you got just regex the string, read as many ahead as you need. It's a lot more forgiving. Okay. So we're going to try to read export. And then once we've read export and a space, so, I mean, I guess the thing was I wanted to make sure that this runs at least once, and I probably was being dumb because I could just check that it runs once, but I don't know. Because, like, essentially I want to do the same thing again. Okay, let's do this the simple way. As space equals true, else if has space, then we just break. Otherwise, we log it out. Okay, that's the way that I should have done it in the first place. And then we would do a put back. All right, use of undeclared identifier space. That just seems, it seems overly complicated here. So, function to check characters in white space. Yeah, I do want to do some functions and then inline them. So that might be a great thing to just, yeah, I do want to unindent this. So I believe that I will get to that point. So if it makes it this far, then let's see, we did the put back byte, which is whatever next was. So we can get rid of the previous space and the chomp white space. So we did a little white space chomping, and then now we are going to, now we're going to return back into where we're reading the name. And so now we should be at A through Z. And then as long as we're reading this name, we should be putting it into the stir buff. So I have to go look that up. Bowhammer asks, what is .envman? And to that, I will respond with the faux documentation that I just created. Wait, I got too many. Why do I have so many things up? Why do I always have so many things? There we go. You can take a look at this documentation here. This is the idea. This is not necessarily the way that it'll actually be implemented, but I've got some discovery to do. But basically, be able to read and write ENVs in an ENV file. And we probably shouldn't mix the formatter and the whatchamadoodle together, but we're doing it. Gonna mix it all together. Okay, so here, so we're gonna try to read these bytes. And then go into the, I actually kind of like the idea of grouping this together. Oh, it didn't like that. Why not? Check unused local variable. What unused local variable? 116? What unused local variable is at 116? Oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah, all right, we can get rid of that for now. Okay, so this is check for export or error. And then, you know, when you have a comment over a block, that means it needs to be a function, but yeah, we'll get there. And then chomp white space. I want to get through with the implementation as I have it in mind, and then I will go make it nicer. But then, yeah, here we're just chomping white space. And we're only going to write one white space character. We're going to chomp. Okay, no, we're going to chomp spaces, not new lines. That's the thing that's different here. So we could have functions, and we could have recursive, you know, be recursive where it chomps spaces and then it returns, and then, you know, then you carry on, and then we don't have to have like a previous state. Because the thing is, we're either going to end up with previous state being a stack that we're pushing onto an array of previous state, or we're going to have recursion where we're growing the stack. So either we're going to be putting the state in, well, I guess we could put it, if we had a fixed size, we said that, you know, this can only ever go so many states deep, then we could put it on the stack, but otherwise we'd have to put it on the heap. So it'd probably be better just to do the function and recurse, but whatever, it doesn't really matter right now. So anyway, when we get to E, we're going to check for export or error, and then we're going to chomp spaces. And then once we're done chomping spaces, then we still have not left the chomp. Let's see. Let's call it the key loop. And actually, we have something else. Well, there's a few other possibilities. Another possibility is that we have an equals, which means that we're ready to move on to, I mean, basically this would just be state equals dot, what did I say, unquoted. So read unquoted, I think is what the state becomes. Then here, we have to read into var, and actually we don't really even need this one to be separate because it's going to get merged into that, so we're fine there. And then if we get to a point where it's reading something else, then we can say, you know, all caps, and then we could just say whatever char this is, and we don't need that, which means then it's going to complain that we named it. That is kind of annoying. I feel like we need a better way to manage turning those on and off as we're in development, as it were. Okay. Your German friend has 300 pages open. Well, the thing is, I am using a Chromium-based browser, and I only have 64 gigs of RAM. And you can't see what's on my other 3 screens. But I'm below 300 today, for sure. I can say that with clarity. Okay. So once it gets into this state here, then we're just going to continue to read. And I need to go do my diff because I need to look at my name buff. Whoops. Name buff that was in here. Name buff string. Name buff append. So we're going to try name buff append. So you see I already had some of this stuff here. I just wanted to delete it because I wanted to delete it. Okay. All right, append, allocator, next. And then this is actually going to be char. Oh no, we actually can. It actually does make sense to have this be in a separate state, because then that's just going to catch itself over and over again, which is great. Oh, and we just called that stir buff now. Okay, cool. So then it's going to be in the state of read unquoted. Yeah, this whole thing. I just inline function that. Let's see, consume, export, and then what would I want to put in here? I'd basically have a try, consume, export, put the byte back. And then I would put in there, what would I put in there? So we have our reader and our writer. So would I put that in? Reader, writer. And then we also have our peaker, right? But we don't have to worry about that one. Any type. Oh, this is going so much slower without August here to help me out. To do all the work for me, you know? Stinks when you have to do the work yourself. You don't have somebody who knows what they're doing it for you. Okay, expected statement. Found. Okay, it's something. So there's a while true. Really, we shouldn't even need the while true on that. Because as long as the state doesn't change, it's just going to come back around to this over and over again. So let's see. Are we actually changing the state anywhere? So I don't think we need the while true. I think this is sufficient. But somewhere I did something wrong. I think the writer.writeByte should always have a try. I could be wrong about that. Okay, so I'm going to do consume spaces. We don't need a writer on this one. So if this is successful, then, I don't actually know how to, expected a type expression. How? It's got its else. I've broken it. What have I done? Screen audio widget detected. Screen audio widget. Oh, this one? Okay. Playlist link, por favor. Okay, yes. Yes. So this is OC Remix Peaceful. Zig is such an appealing language when you consider readability, but how do you feel about snake case and camel case in the same source? No, this is perfect. This is the way it should be. Pascal case for types, camel case for functions, snake case for values. 100% agree. 100%. You should be able to tell what category of thing you're looking at just by just visually. No, I 100% agree on that. Export space. All caps, X, all caps, export space. Okay, so where is this error coming from? Expected type expression. From where, though? I guess I'll have to actually run the compiler to find out. Because this doesn't look like it needs a type expression. This, wait, was that the same thing? No, that was one in. That doesn't look like it needs a type expression. Does anything in here need a type expression? Chomp, chomp, chomp. Okay, and then state should change to chomp, no, to read unquoted. So this is looking a lot nicer. Yeah, I really like the way that this right here is turning out. This seems to be perfect to me. Now why? Let me go ahead and run. This is going to kill me, but let me go ahead and run zig build and see if we can get anything better. Expected type expression. Okay, what am I doing wrong? Because this is one of these are the worst errors. Expected type expression. Why? So this is where, like, this is how I solve this problem. I just delete the function and then see if it still complains about it. Okay, so if it still complains about it, then I know that it was somewhere in here, right? Nope. Okay, then I'm doing something wrong here. Expected type expression. Should it be, instead, should it be writer type? I don't know when that started showing up. Oh, I literally just had a semicolon extra for some reason. It didn't need it. Okay. Okay, so this one, can I just put that in the namespace and call that good? All right, consume spaces. Okay. So it needs to have a space. So this must consume spaces. I don't know if this is... That's Go convention. Okay, so that's good. And then we're building up our name. All right, so now yeah, thanks, Uncle. I didn't see your comments soon enough, but you're right. That was just confusing to me because it said expected expression. I'm thinking that it was expecting something additional, not that it had too much. Okay, so now I don't know how to use the hash map yet. I think I've got it in here, but I think this one's going to be pretty easy to just understand from the docs. Famous last words, but I think it will. Okay, hash map, auto hash map unmanaged. Okay. And the hash map, we did not provide it with an allocator. Do we need to? Are we using it in, let me just double check here. Okay, string hash map unmanaged. This is a, well, duh, this is a type. Okay. All right, capacity, clear and free, clone with allocator, contains. All right, so we're gonna do map contains key, and the key is a string. We're using the string hash map unmanaged content. Okay. So yeah, this one. Oh, interesting. This has a lot of extra stuff here. Oh, I love the fetch put, by the way. That's so cool. It makes perfect sense because you're the way, you know, you want to manage memory. I wonder what get adapted means, or get context. This has a lot of methods on it. Okay, so still have contains though. It's interesting that it says key K, but we know that it's a string. Okay, so yeah, let me try this out. All right. I kind of want to wait on this. Because I'd like to show the previous value. Well, I guess I should just do a get then. I wonder why it's called fetch. Are these? Okay. All right, get. Okay, so we'll just run a get and we'll get back an option. What's that? Okay, so env.map get if actually, now I think about it, I don't know that I'd want to. I don't know if I'd want to show the value because it could be a secret. So I think we just do this. Another thing is I don't actually have to parse the whole file. I just need to find what the person's looking for. So if I find what they're looking for, at that point, I can print it out. Kind of. But we'll go with this for now. It'd be cool to, read out the whole thing regardless. So, duplicate key. So we're going to go back to contains. All right, we are pretty deep in here. I guess it's because we're in that, and then we're in that, and we're in that. What if there's a way to make this less deep? Like alias the type. Maybe just errors. Messages. Whatever. We'll leave it for now. Or I'll do that. All right, so now we're going to be in the read unquoted state. I wonder if this will build. It probably won't. Linear FIFO buffer type. Okay, now I need to go back again. To what 10 was saying. I need to go back and look at the test for peak stream. See if I can understand FBS reader. Okay, peak stream. Peak stream. Dot static look ahead. Alright, what was look ahead? Comp time int. Okay. So it's how many to look ahead. So I would like to say, how many bytes can we look ahead? Well, at least 6. Okay, return struct. Reader. All right, got it. Alright, can we get back to building? Almost. Getting closer all the time. Okay. Underline stream. I gave it a reader. So this is how .init is how you can initialize something in a single line without creating the type and then creating an instance of the type. Init will return the instance of the type. Okay, I kind of like that. Let me try that out just up here real quick. So when I was doing the buffered reader, so I've got this standard O buffered reader. So I could just do init and clean that up a little bit. Is that a general pattern? Peak stream. Initialize the stuff. Okay, looks like that works. We'll see if that's true. Oh, nope. Nope, that's not true. It just so happened to be the case just in that one. All right. So let's move right ahead. Okay, missing struct field FIFO. So what is how can I use a file as a FIFO? I pronounced your name correctly. Peakstream needs a reader with a FIFO field name. What does that mean? Oh, there's the FIFO. FIFO type. Linear FIFO. Buffer type. So, buffer type. Peakstream. Reader type. So I'm a little confused by this because where it was used down below, did it have buffer type? Buffer type is there. Buffer type is there. Okay. But then down below, whoops. Peak stream. Comp time look ahead. No, that's different. That is the FIFO type. So I think I just maybe I missed a dot or something. Whoops. Okay, wait, no, there it is. Type of source reader. Whoops. Okay. Let's run zig build. Run this. I just need to get my history cleaned up so I'm not going back to the wrong thing. Okay, let me try again. So this, let me just copy what this is doing verbatim. Fixed buffer stream. So, okay, it wants a stream, but I have a buffered reader. Can I turn a buffered reader into a stream? Linear FIFO. In the test, yeah, it's a fixed buffer stream. I wonder what happened in that PR. Yeah, fixed buffer stream and bytes. Can I get a stream from buffer reader? Doesn't look like it. Stream. Ah, what did it do? What happened? Oh, no, let's come back. Okay, let's look at namespaces. Stream source. Well, it just seems weird because if it could do a fixed buffer stream, could it not just take a... read, reader, seek by, seekable stream. Okay. Reader is called in the peak stream initialization, though. So I've got a reader. This is a buffered reader. I don't know why it matters what type of reader that it is, but it's a reader. But it's not a stream. So how do I convert a reader to a stream? Let's ask Code Llama. How do I wrap a reader as a stream in Zig? Yeah, I don't think that's how it works. Below is an instruction that describes a task. Write a response that appropriately completes the request. Oh no. Okay. I don't think that's a real thing. But let's look once again. Crypto stream, net stream, IO stream source. I'm going to check out stream source. It looks like we're getting further away there. Buffered reader, stream source. I'm just going to look at this to see how it's implemented, to see if I can understand. Maybe I just pass in the buffered reader directly, not pass in a reader. Okay, let's look again at what buffered reader looks like. It's just read and reader. That's all it implements. Huh. All right, looking back at what you're saying. I think it should work. Could be I jumped to a long conclusion because the reader looks to be a standardized thing. It wants a reader. According to what the test says, it calls reader for the buffer to make a stream. Could you put the error somewhere so it's readable? Yeah. Okay. Let me go ahead and just throw this in a gist. Error.txt. There you go. Now this one, it might be wrong because I'll put in the other error in there too. So let me go get the other error again. So before I tried to swap this over to a init, I tried to do this. And then this gives me a different error. Okay. I'm going to check in the Discord. Okay. Line 126. So if we look at the test, or there was something where I saw that it had an unbuffered reader. Let's see if I can get back to whatever it was. Okay, so this one has just a reader. Doesn't have an... So underlying stream, type of underlying stream, init underlying stream. So maybe you're right. I was just looking at something wrong, and just looking at it entirely wrong. Okay, so type of, and then dot init, and then just init source reader. Is that what this looks like? Oh, cool. That was it. What's up, Vinyer? Consulting Zig sources because Zig docs are terrible? No. Consulting Zig sources because you don't need the docs. Why would you need the docs when the source code is this good? Come on, man. Hey, what's up, Strager? Welcome. Hey, everybody. Okay, so no, that I was consulting the tests because I didn't understand the docs. Of course, the documentation is, I mean, it's about as good as Go documentation by default because it's generated from the source. So, and for that matter, I would say it's better than the Rust documentation because the macro system is documented, whereas in Rust it is not documented, or at least not documented in a way that anyone who doesn't already understand it. I got stuck in a loop there. Okay, so let me go back and look. Zig builds. Yeah. Gotta have your tries and you gotta have your waits. Okay, array literal requires address of operator. Okay, I can deal with that. Right all. Yep, that makes sense. Oh no! What unholy thing have I... Oh, I thought I was getting closer. Okay, cast discards const qualifier. I had this problem the other day. I don't think that means what it seems to mean. I think what it means is that I'm doing the wrong thing entirely, like I'm passing in the wrong type. So probably what I need to do here, I need to go look up the documentation for putback byte. But I'm guessing the actual problem is that it takes 2 arguments. No, that looks like that doesn't look like a problem there. Okay, byte. Am I actually passing in a U8 or am I passing in something else? Try read byte. Okay. Next. Do I need to try that? Is that something? It doesn't look like it can. Oh, it can fail. Okay. Putback byte can fail. So. Okay. It doesn't like the self. Okay. Peak reader. Maybe I should be taking... Peak reader. Peak reader. Where did I declare? Okay. I had this same problem last night, and I'm pretty sure it was that I just had absolutely the wrong type. That I wasn't passing the right thing. Okay. Catching up on... Ah! Peak stream camel case versus peak stream Pascal case, indeed, or title case as I prefer to call it. Zig C is looking like Rust C right now. What do you mean by that? The way the output's formatted? That error usually comes up when you use a temporary variable for something that needs to hold on to state. Temporaries are consts. It's on a const. You're reading byte into a const. Maybe it doesn't like that. Ugly error messages. Oh, okay. Well, I don't... The error messages are... They're long because they're from the templates. Generics. But... I wish it would kind of elide a little bit, you know, kind of say, this was the function you called, A, B, C. A is of this type, B is of this type. But the thing is, the type, you know, the types go 20, 30 layers deep. Okay, so temporaries are constant. All right. Well, this one is assigned to var. I don't know what temporary means in this case, temporary variable. Is that like... would that be like I need to do a... like const peak stream equals... Is this what we're saying? I need to make the type, which that actually seems like that would be wrong, because that would be like this, right? And then we'd name... So I need to do something like that. Const next. Oh, right. Okay, let me undo that then. That makes sense. Sorry for misunderstanding or whatever. We don't need to be sorry about these things. Okay. So if I'm going to read a byte that I'm going to put back, interesting. I wonder if we're going to have the same problem here. Or... no, that doesn't seem like that should be the case. I'm not clear on why that was a problem, that it was a const, because in my mind, that's not being modified. This is returning a byte, not a pointer, and this should be then copying that, right? But let's see how far we get. Do we get any further? No, we don't. Yeah, this one... Okay. So, oh, this one says const right there. I think that it was that thing that I was pointing to. I think it was the one where this instantiating the type in this way makes it a const. So, oops, I keep on typing peak the wrong way. So even if I just did peak stream, dang it, can't spell peak. If I did it like this, then I think this different invocation causes it to now return something that is not a const. Let's see. Const. See, the difference is this is pointer and this is const pointer. So I'm going to try again. I'm just going to do var here and see what it thinks about that. Okay. Yeah, that was it. All right, I'm going to read some. Wow. Hey, everybody. What's up? How's it going? So let me give a quick overview of the project since, y'all flooded my channel. Where was the part where I had some documentation, some faux documentation? I think it was right here. Okay. I will post this. So I have wanted this for a long time. So first of all, I believe that every config file should be editable with a tool. So the antithesis of this would be pretty much vimrc. Well, anything that is utterly and absolutely, well, a programming language. Programming languages are not, generally speaking, they're not tool editable. JSON, you can edit with tools. ENV files, you can edit with tools, etc. But I see a lot of people, they have these, like sed that is impossible to read. And what they want to do is they just want to edit an ENV file. But we have a tool, we've got JQ, we've got YQ. We don't have I guess maybe I could call this ENVQ. I don't know. But we need a tool that can read something out of an ENV file and write something to an ENV file. That's the world needs that. The world deserves that. So that just like we have JQ and YQ and other tools that can help us edit config files, every config file should be tool editable. And so .env files are really, really simple, and there's no reason that we shouldn't have that. And there is probably a tool like this already exists somewhere out there. I don't know, but I have not come across it, and I wanted to take the opportunity to learn Zig, and this seems like a relatively small and simple project where, I'm going to fight against Zig more than I'm going to fight against the problem at hand, because it's a relatively simple problem. That said, there's still some of the POSIX bits, and there's some unknowns. Like, for example, when I get a value, should it return the string value or should it return the evaluated value? And so I was thinking about having a get and an echo, where get will return the string and then echo will return the evaluation of the string, because you can have two strings like this one right here. If we have it set with single quotes, then $1 means nothing. But if we had that set with double quotes, then we would have to escape the $. And so then when you get it, the question is, well, which way do you display it? And I kind of am leaning towards what JQ does, where you have a -r that will remove the quotes and print it in fully evaluated form. But if you don't put the -r, then it will leave you either the single quotes or the double quotes, so that it's both human friendly and tool friendly. So that's the project. So maybe get X and set X, because, or maybe echo and quote. I'm thinking like get X and set X kind of makes sense. But then echo and quote, even though they don't have the nice feel of get and set. Also, sometimes when something's jarring, it actually helps people to remember it more. So it might be difficult to remember the difference between get and get X, but it might be easier for people to remember the difference between get and echo. Likewise with set and quote. So set will do single quoted literals, and set X would do double quoted expressions, and then the idea is to follow POSIX rules. So that's another thing that bugs me, is there's a lot of .envs out there, but they don't actually bother to look up the spec. And, you know, it's existed since time immemorial, or at least since the epoch, or around that time. You know, that the POSIX shell standard has been around a very, very long time. So the way that ENVs work between the single quotes and the double quotes, and what things have to be escaped and what things don't have to be escaped, it is all laid out. Though I can agree why people want to simplify it, but then it's annoying because, you know, one tool does it one way and another tool does it another way, and it's not that hard. These are the things that must be quoted, and these are the things that in an ENV file also must be quoted. I mean, not quoted, sorry. Must be escaped if not quoted. Yes, must either be escaped or must be either quoted or escaped. So here are the things that must be escaped if quoted. And then here are the things that must be escaped if not quoted. And here are the things that for an ENV must be escaped if not quoted. So there's that. Anyway, and I wanted something that wouldn't be, you know, because I could do this in Go, but then to tell somebody, oh yeah, in order to edit an ENV file and read some quotes, you need 4 megabytes. It's, you know, we'll see. Okay. It's best to ignore that first part of the error. There's a note underneath that says discards the construct qualifier, which is a pretty good hint. So let me look back here. Let me see what I saw. Note, cast discards the const qualifier. I'm not familiar enough for that to mean something to me yet, but as I become more familiar, I will... Because that literally says nothing to me. But it gives me things for me to learn, to understand what they do. All right, parameter type declared here. Okay, but that's not the error I have now. Let me clear the screen and get to my latest error. No! Variable type must be const or comp time. Types are not available at runtime. Okay. So... that seems kind of frustrating because... but if I do const... I'm not sure... okay, so here I'm confused then. You need to put the init result into a different place. This is the init result, right? So I can do const, but then it's going to gripe to me about the const. And I think the reason is because I think it might be, well, we'll see where the problem is. I'm thinking that it might be because it's inside of an inline function. That peak reader here can be any type. So I think this is the one that's failing. It's not failing because I use this elsewhere, don't I? Put back byte. Okay, so I use it there, and it isn't complaining at line 143. It's complaining at line 187, and that's where I have it as an inline function. I suspect that if I moved it up out of here, that it would work. I could probably also redo this, although this seems so what let's see, so this parse comes in. I have a source reader, so let me check how I declared the source reader, because this should be declared the same way. That should work because this is being passed into a function. It works, right? So parse, so there's the reader. So how am I declaring this reader? Okay. So let me try the same style. Now it's a little bit different because that one has an init function on it, which is different. Okay. Yeah, more like C++. Takes 1,000 lines to tell you you're missing an angle bracket. Yeah, well, that's the problem with generics, but I don't know how you get away from that problem in a systems language. Meaning, well, in a non-garbage collected language. Okay. So here we are. Undeclared identifier file. That's fine. So let me put this back in its place the way that it was a moment ago. Because this one is essentially being initialized. It's not calling init, but it's doing the other bit. Well, there is one other thing I could try. No, I don't think so, actually. All right, so let's get back to the previous error then. So we're just going to do this. We'll get rid of that. I don't know. I get a little confused about what const means in different languages, because it'd be nice if it just meant it's a constant, but instead it's like, well, it's immutable, but it could have members that are immutable, and what am I supposed to make all that? Let me just declare everything a const. I mean, that should screw it up royally. Much earlier, hopefully. Yeah, 133. Expected type, found type, const. Okay, so let's just follow this down the rabbit hole a little bit. What if I change this to a var? Same error? Okay, same error. So let's keep this a const, but let's change this to a var. Okay. So expected type, found type, const. Now, is that the same error that we had before, or is it a different error? Let's go back one little bit here. Const. Expected type, found type, const. Okay, so it seems like maybe, and let's see what line this is on now. Now it's on line 205. So let's go check out line 205. I think that it has to do with passing it to a function. So what I could do instead is I could not have this, but then I could have a U8. And then I could do return next. And then we could go to must consume. But then the question is, what was that? Must consume spaces. And then we could say, you know, const next equals. And then it might gripe on line 152 that next is a const rather than a var. That's what it did last time. Yeah, 151. Must consume... Oh, no, this is different. This is because I changed the function signature. So must consume spaces should only have... one. Okay, now... All right, so that worked. The question is, why was that necessary? That's the thing I'd like to know. I'm going to skip past that piece of music there. How are y'all doing tonight, by the way? Hello and welcome to everyone. Okay. Invalid format string for type U8. That's easy enough. What? No, I don't have a line 459. No! Okay, referenced by... All right, where does it get back into my code? Zig v master 171. 93 and 171. 171. Let's see. Can I cast this? No, I probably can't. Think I can do any here? I think that would work. Okay, 151. Wait, can this not be an any, or we need to like pass it in this way? What does it say? Okay, that's not a U8. That's absolutely not a U8. But let's see again. It says 203. Okay, so I went to the wrong place. Holy whip that. I don't know if I might be too old to begin the training. I don't know. I like this. This isn't so bad. The types being a million lines long is kind of annoying. What do I get my build size down to, by the way? Let's do a zig build D optimize release small zig out bin 54 kilobytes. So we're growing. We're definitely getting big. But I don't think it's, well, hopefully it won't get more than twice that size. We'll see. Because I think we've kind of imported all the libraries and made most of the types that we're going to be making. Okay. Passing an instance of peak stream dot init to an inline function made it complain about expecting star dot dot dot, but getting const dot dot dot. Was it const star or was it star const? Star const, okay. Okay. So I'm just making a note here on the Discord. So passing an instance of peak stream invoke init invoke to an inline function made it complain about expecting a star dot dot dot, but finding but found star const dot dot dot. I lifted it out and passed back the bytes instead. But I'm curious as to why that would happen and what, if anything, I could do to have it not become const. You know, it's probably, I wonder if things aren't const by default. And let's see, let me look up just the zig function stuff. Just let me look up ziglang.org documentation. Let's just look up function. Let's see. No, I don't want the documentation. I want the guide. Hold on. Ziglang.org. There's the download, learn. Okay, learn documentation, introduction, in-depth overview. I'm not sure which one of these I want. Functions. Because I wonder if it's function parameters are constant by default. But I don't understand why I didn't change the thing. It changed some internals, but why, when it gets passed in, does it become constant? And the other one gets passed in, the buffered reader gets passed in, and it didn't complain about becoming constant. Or maybe it did, and I fixed it in some way. Language reference. Is that, you're suggesting I check out the language reference? Let me go back here. Language reference. That might be indeed the correct place. Oh, yeah. This is good. Thank you. Variables, functions. Pass by value. Okay. All right. Function reflection. It didn't actually help me. All function arguments are immutable. Where are you seeing that? Did I... Parameters are immutable. So I wonder if I could have passed the pointer and then dereferenced it. That makes more sense because... Or maybe it doesn't. I'm not sure if that makes more sense or not. Let me go look back at how I was doing it with the buffered reader. Okay, I got the reader. And then I think I just passed the I just pass in the reader and the writer. So then there might be something special about the way the peak stream is constructed. Because there is one thing, the reader is only going in one direction. So it's advancing. It could be using an iterator. I'm not sure what qualifies as immutable. At some layer, there has to be some sort of state. But anyway, for whatever reason, well, and this is strange too, because look, this has to be var to work, but this is const. So the reader is const, but the peak reader is var. And in truth, the reader isn't. Yeah, I don't know what const means here because it's not a constant. So I wish that they did have something that was more like Rust, where it was mute versus const. A const is a constant. I don't know how to do. Constant is just a word that's used so many different ways in different contexts. I just don't know what to make of it. All right, so in theory, zig, build, run. Oh, okay, I'm just getting a stack trace because I built in debug mode and I returned failed, so it's giving me a stack trace. But it is correctly reading, secret. It should correctly read foo. It should get upset about bar. So if we it failed. It didn't write anything out. Did we get an error message? Hold on, let me clear the screen here. Okay. Info bar foo. Interesting. So that did not work out. Because that did not do what it was supposed to do. But it is interesting. It got through bar, and then it continued on. But it got through bar. Ah, because it chomped a new line. So once it starts... yeah, okay, I see where the error of my ways. So this just goes chomp, chomp, chomp. Okay. But with the way that we're implementing this, I think this is what I'll do. State equals dot chomp key. Well, that would actually be better named now. Read key. I would need a read comment as well. Okay, so let me catch up on comments here. First thing it says, that was the first thing it said? That's definitely not the first thing it said. First thing it said was testfunctions.zig. Yeah, I see that here. So, I think you're being a little liberal with the usage of first. It's not C# for sure. I don't know, Toto. We're not in C# anymore. Reader might be a view into the peak reader. Yes. Yes. It's deleting your links again. I'm sorry, my friend. If you want to join in on Discord, there's the Discord link. All right. All right, so here's what we're going to do. This one. So here we can just read until the end of line. So we can do a little while true. And then we can... This would actually be allowable. Okay, so chomp prefix. State doesn't actually change because it's still in chomp prefix. So we would just break, I guess. Okay, so this is just gonna read through to new line. Hey, two-step, what's up? Ziglearn chapter 1 functions. Okay, that was a different one. Ziglearn. Where's the chapter 1 part? Was that getting started? Ziglearn. Okay, Ziglearn. Chapter 1. Functions. All function arguments are immutable. Okay. Am I making any progress? Yes. So I am battling a little bit of the logic of the parser because it's not something that I do on a regular basis. And you know, when I have done it, I've done it in JavaScript or in Go, and you know, you get to take a lot of shortcuts. Here I'm trying to play by the doing it byte by byte, not doing the regex or, you know. So man, you kids these days using all those words, I don't know what they mean. Heyo. Oh, if it isn't my good friend Jacques 10. Thank you for Zalgo. He comes. What a wonderful username. Everyone will be able to pronounce that so easily. Oh, just so y'all can see what I'm laughing at here. Oh, whoop. So here's our friend. All right. Good times were had by all, as Adam Young would say. Okay. Should you break on /r then? Seems like only /n would be correct. I'm not sure. But what I do know is that we can chomp, chomp, chomp all white space at the beginning. What I could be convinced to do is just say, screw you, Windows. That I feel pretty good about. But yeah, handling the /r/n. Also, it would be nice to leave. A part of me just wants to say, like, yeah. Okay. So okay, I could. let me do this. I mean, this is... I really do think white space should absolutely get chomped away. But new lines, maybe not chomped. Like, new lines preserved, but leading or trailing white space... But preserve the new lines, although really I'd only want so many new lines preserved, like 2. Because if you got 3 or 4 or 5, you know, whatever. But we'll do that. Okay. So this chomps the prefix. The prefix can have spaces, it could have new lines, it could have a comment. If it has a comment, then we just read everything until the end of the line. And then we're back into the beginning of the next line, could begin with one of these things. And if it's something else, then put back that byte, and now we're going to chomp the key. So I think with this change, we should not have bar foo, but yet we do have bar foo. So, there's something else that... Oh, I probably have to change this down here too. So now we don't start with chomp key, which now should be read key. We start with chomp prefix. And then we don't chomp, chomp, chomp here. We just look for E for export. And then we look for a key name, and then we look for an equals. And if we find something else, it's an error. Okay, so now we should just get an error. Not 10. Let's see. How do I let's see what the Fumped guide has for us. Because now I want to print out the ASCII value, not the... Okay, so let's go through log standard.log.info or whatever. Which Fumped. Let's look at Fumped. No. I don't think that quite helps me. I want to know the format string. Which chapter do I go to for the format string? Okay, getting started, build, standard patterns, basics. Let's look for S. No? Okay. Maybe getting started? S. Since search engines are so bad, I'm becoming more and more a believer that we need to just get rid of the whole idea of multi-page anything. Okay, comp time Fumped, parameters, source. I guess I could make the character string. All right. How do I Okay, let me go back over here. It's probably a percent or something. Okay, stop with that. C should give you the ASCII character. It's giving me... Oh, then maybe it's my any. Sorry, maybe I was looking at the wrong thing. So maybe it's my any here. So maybe that should be C. That's probably what it was. I was attacking the wrong problem. Hmm. Ooh. All right. How could I show then? Hmm. I guess it would be good to know up to this point. Sorry, I'm thinking. Because up to this point, we could do stir buffer items. But we need to append again. Let's do... Can we try the append? Okay, this one's short enough that I think it makes sense to just... And it's not... Semantically, it's not a key yet. We don't know what it is, but it's not. All caps. Not chars. Okay, so all caps. So this one can be an S again now. Okay, let's try that. Not bar. Okay, and it would be nice if I could get that. If it is a space, well, if it's a new line, to get it to do /R or /N or something. So, switch. Sorry, I'm going to read comments in a moment. /R. Ooh. Okay. Let's try that. Oh, doi. The one true slash, of course. No, that's just R or N. There we go. Okay, more helpful. Okay, let me check chat here. Yes, I had found that it was S for strings. I'd put in any, and that is what gave me the bytes. We probably already went through that. Okay. Standard font format. Yes, that is what I want to take a look at. What in the world? Okay. So this is excellent. This search is excellent, but it would be more excellent if exact matches ranked higher. Okay, bookmarking. Okay. I want easily editable chat. Dang it. I've got a plugin that's popping up for some reason or other, blocking my chat window. I think it's because of the way that, okay. Stop it. I want easily editable chat GPT generated mush. Giving you a new line, not slash. Yeah, that's because I thumped dot escapes. Oh, oh, oh. Yes, let's take a look at that. Ooh, interesting. Formatter. What? Thumped escapes. Treats the contents as a double quoted string. Okay, so let me go back and try that. Ugh. Zalgo, he comes. All right. So forget all that. So this is going to return a formatter. I would like to see usage of this, maybe the test. This is a little bit difficult to understand. Okay, this is a little easier to understand. String escapes. Format ID. Print the string as escape contents of double quoted or single quoted string. Okay, yes, but that wasn't that what we already... Thumped escapes. String format return data equals bytes. 4. Nice. Actually, yeah, this would be quite nice. Bytes. Interesting. Interesting to see the patterns here too. I am just going to put a to-do in there for now. because I'm gonna move on with the next bit here. All right, so far we can chop prefix. I'm going to change the name of this to read key. Oh, and I should probably, since this actually does something semi-useful. Okay, so this is acceptable. Export foo, if that's all it does. I'm just going to go ahead and push that up just so I've got a copy of it. And we carry on. I kind of want to see. Must consume. I'm gonna go back up here. That. While true, great. While true. All right, we could get an early end of line, but that's actually valid. Well, I guess we'd want to let that bubble up. Well, I'm not sure. You just want to return. Hold on. Thinking. Reader, writer. And then we don't try anymore. I can clean this up, make that a little easier to read. I'll check comments in just a second. Expected EOF. Found this. Oh, what have I done? Oh, right. Switch. Else. Oh, what is it griping about? What have I done? What evil sin have I committed? There we go. And then I don't remember... There was like end of line or something. End of line. End of... There was an end of file. Where'd that go? Okay, let me read. Let me get back to comments here. It's a formatter, so you can do print, formatter, escape, bytes. Okay, thank you. Let me go back to my to-do here. I'm assuming that that's... It would be like that. Error.end of stream. Is it end of stream? End of... Error.end of stream. Break. Else. Return error. I think that's about what I was looking for. Something like this. So, yeah, it should be possible to have a file that is just comments. There's nothing to read, but it's valid. An empty file is valid. Now let's see if this thing still compiles. It looks like it does. Cool. All right, so we're in a good place. I'm gonna go ahead and add that again, and then it would be interesting to go ahead and try this. With the all right, so let's try that, and then I'll try getting rid of all of this. Except that we would want this one here. And then I can go back to my ENV file and put bar up top. Oh, dang it. That's not what I wanted to do. Shouldn't have done that. Okay, fumped escapes. Standard.zig. All right. Makes sense. Interesting. What am I missing here? So it doesn't like the fact that what would I let me read the docs. Formatter string. Okay. This takes the bytes. It returns a formatter. Well, I'm okay with doing it like this. But the thing that's confusing to me is... So it looks like this is going to return the formatter. So let me just try it like that. Okay, so this did work. But this did not work as I expected, because I put in the quote and I was expecting it to be quoted, but it's not quoted. Am I reading it wrong? Treats the contents as a single quoted string, treats the contents as a double quoted string. Okay, so it's figuring out the shell escape. And I would actually have to change that based on whether I'd actually have to change that based on how the contents are actually being escaped. Which in this case, I think we should assume double quoted by default. All right, anyway. There we go. And on to the next thing. In a few days, I'll be done. But hey, beats a few months with Rust, right? Okay. Okay. So we got that bit done. Remember to triple the timeline, though. Yes, a few years. Alright. Okay, so now we've readed the key. Now we get on to the unquoted. Let me go take a look back at my notes. And I'm gonna get out of some of these things, I think. Let's see, documentation. I should bookmark a few of these so they come up quicker next time. Okay. So, from read unquoted, we can go into any of these states. So we can go into read. So basically, yeah, we're going to do something similar. So switch char. And then we're going to have if it's any of these, then we put it back on, and then we switch to a must EOL state. I think just in general. Chomp prefix. Okay, I never actually defined that. So it's going to be similar to, but not identical to chomp prefix. The difference is, what's the difference? The difference is that it must have a new line. That's the difference. So it's okay if it has a comment, but it must have a new line. So, chomp, chomp, chomp. Actually, I don't know that I need this. Okay. Alright, so we're going to reset the length of our string buffer here. So we're going to have our key buffer. I read unquoted. Wait, why did that become like that? That seems not as pretty. And then this one is not doing the same behavior. That seems strange. Alright, so we're going to write the byte. What else were we going to do? Preserve new lines. Chomp EOL. Oh, this is why it's messed up. There's an extra comma. Got it. It almost seems like this varchar could be lifted out, because I think every single one of these blocks starts with it. I'm going to wait to know that for sure before I do it, but I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it has to be. Yes, okay, we're gonna lift that up actually. Oh, wait. No, I'm going to move that back down because of precisely... Oops. This. Okay. All right. Let's see. Check in comments here real quick. So it is 12:30 a.m. where I'm at, and I actually should probably get to bed by 1. But it looks like we're making good progress. All right, so I can read unquoted up until here. And then I'm going to put in a little ditty of ignore to do escape the next thing, space, new line, etc. there is a question of, yeah, what exactly I should do about the escape character when it's unquoted. Hagna. I don't know what that means. Is that supposed to be okay, hang? Hope to catch you soon. 8 a.m. here, so I've been watching since 5. My sleep schedule is like the void I live in. Chaotic and not a real concept. Yeah, I feel that the same way. Except that, well, right now I'm a little bit better about it. Okay. So, chomp end of line. So we can have comments as part of the end of line. And if we encounter this, so we've been chomping. State evils, chomp, evil. Okay. Chomp, chomp, chomp. So we've been chomping all the white space, so we will not have entered any white space. So if we come into a comment, we're going to at least put in a little bit of white space. And then, let's see. I'm going to write that out. And then, let's see. All right, so if EOL is successful, then we should stir buff items, which could be not, like, it could be empty. That's okay. It's actually fine if it's an empty string. Okay, chomp prefix. So then we move on to chomp prefix. We consume the comment. And if it's something other than that, then failed because reasons. So it can be white space or comment or expected end of line or end of file. We got, let's see, there we go. How do you compare Zig with Go? Well, Go's a heck of a lot easier. But Go does not have enums, and that is one of the things that I lament the most about Go, is I would love to have enums. And all the things that go with it. Enums, matches, etc., etc. But we'll see. I feel like I don't know if Zig is a language you can learn in a weekend. Although, the only thing I've ever done before yesterday in Zig was a Hello World. Nah, I spent probably 4 hours on it, actually. I think I spent 4 hours in Zig about a year ago. I did the Hello World, and then I tried to do a project, and I immediately started hitting into these things with, like, the star const and the... I think it was the star const stuff that we hit into here. But because I didn't have any resources available to me, and it's just really basic concepts, I just needed somebody to hold my hand a little bit to help me, work through some of these things. Because what I did so I worked on this for about an hour offline because something went wrong. I think that Restream decided I had streamed too many hours yesterday because I streamed a heck of a lot. Was it yesterday or the day before? Anyway, I think it was yesterday. So it cut me off, and I continued on my own for about an hour, and I was able to work through some problems. So just having that hand holding from August made it possible that I can move forward. I got a bunch of basic concepts down and question answered, and then having the chat here, this has been absolutely wonderful. So I feel like Zig is a language you could learn in a week. Maybe not a weekend, but a week. Go is a language you can learn in a weekend. I mean, it is so incredibly small and simple, and there's just not a lot of concepts you have to learn. If you have any programming experience, you can learn Go in a weekend. If you have a bit more programming experience, then I think you could learn Zig in a week. The kind of people that I would expect to tell them, hey, you should take a look at Zig. I think if I were to program in Zig every day for a week, at the end of the week, I think I'd feel pretty confident that I understand its patterns and know how to navigate common errors. Of course, learning the whole standard library would take a few years or several months of concentrated intentional effort. But you wouldn't learn the whole standard library. But anyway, you get what I'm saying. Getting all that muscle memory and knowing exactly what's where, yeah, that's going to take time no matter what. But I think that at the end of a week, I would feel comfortable taking on billable hours for this and feel like I can deliver value. Now, I could be completely wrong because there may be so much missing that's completely untrue. And that very well may be the case because I'm not diving deep into this. I'm not even doing an HTTP service, but I am doing the type of thing that I want to do with it. Like, this is the problem that I have. I want small binaries, not several megabyte binaries when I am, writing a system tool. You can't learn Go in a weekend. Well, you may not have enough of the requisite experience for that to be true for you. You have to have some experience with. You have to be comfortable programming. If you're comfortable programming in general, you should be able to learn Go in a weekend because there are excellent resources available for learning it. I've got many of those on creedsofcraftsmanship.com. And I actually need to add, hold on, I'm going to do this right now. There is a Zig Memory allocator. This one right here. 3 years ago. Ooh, I should watch the updated one. But this I want to put on Creeds of Craftsmanship. It might be a little too niche, but it's hard to say. It could be a little too niche, but I feel like my understanding of constraints, there was so much value that I got out of this in so little time. I'm gonna have to put it on here. Let's see. Do we have Zig? What's a memory allocator anyway? And do I have on the road? Yeah, I thought that. Wait, is it Andre? Andrew? It's Andrew, right? I just misspelled it here. Let me double check on that real quick. Okay, good. I just misspelled it there. Okay. This was just such... The Road to Zig 1.0 was just such an amazing talk on emergent design. Really, really good. So... That's creedsofcraftsmanship.com, by the way. I'll post a link here. If anybody's interested. Okay. I guess where I'm really going to hit the crap is going to be when I start trying to do interfaces. Because so far it just seems like, well, you just any type all the things and everything just works. And I'm sure that's going to break down in a few different ways. So, interesting. So we can't pass. I wonder if I could dereference. If that's how I could get this around this mutability issue. If I could just pass in a pointer to the thing and then dereference it. Anyway. Okay, so what was I doing? I was chopping EOL. And then what was the last thing I did? Export EOL? I think I meant to say expect, not export. Do I even want to break? I don't think I actually want to break. I think I want to continue here. No, end of stream. Yeah, it would break. Okay, got it. Okay. So let's swappy doodle this around a little bit. It'd be interesting to see how this works out. Export foo. Foo equals secret equals error. Equals foo. Alright, so we do have a little bit of a problem. I think I'm going to try to solve this and then hang my hat for the night. Is that we're not getting into the value read space. Actually, let's see. Oh, doy. I set it to 0, but I never actually read anything in afterwards. Okay, don't print that. Go around the chair.
This was a triumph. I'm making a note here, huge success.
All right. Okay, another couple things I need to deal with, which I could probably encapsulate, but I'm not going to do that right now. Is reset the stir buff items. Cool. So, at this point, I can handle unquoted values. I could probably throw in literal values. Maybe I'll do that real quick. Because literal values are going to be super easy. So, if we do read unquoted, we can also do read literal. And then we can go back between the read uncoded and literal, and I should be able to do escaped. So read literal, read unquoted. So this is one of the ones that we should be able to get to. So from that one, we should be able to peek. I think we'll do the quote here. Here, let's see what we got here. Literal. See, literal's so simple. You just keep going until you hit the quote, and then you're done. And then over here, we would just need to see. So we would need. This would probably. I'd probably want this to be a function, and not just continue to nest this forever and ever and ever. All right, so if it's quote, then we're going to append it. If it's a backslash, we're going to append it. going to be a space. We're going to contend it. I think we'll just put this into an error. So we're avoiding the quote. Don't change to read literal. Change anything. The tough one about this one is if it was an R, then that would actually be, we'd have to read yet one more to see if there's a /n after it. Right now, I'm just gonna put an error. The error is gonna be don't use Windows. That's reasonable error, right? There we go. That's good enough. That probably needs to be done all over the place in here. Treat it as a unit. Okay, that append already happened there. All right, so unexpected escape value. And then this one would be next. Next. Okay, so with that change, I believe, and I should have tried this before. Okay, at least nothing seems to have broken worse. So we should now be able to do something like foo bar, and then secret 2 should be able to be something like foo bar. So let's give it a try and see if that worked. Enemies must begin with export. Oh, whoops. So, let's see. Can it begin? It can't begin with a number, but it can contain a number. So that puts a little wrinkle in this. Because okay, A through Z. It can begin with an underscore. Okay, and then 0 through 9. To do must begin with A through Z. Alright, so now I should be able to read secret 2. Yeah, check that out. Oh, wait, hold on. Something isn't quite right there. Because while it was reading a literal, let's see. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're into the where was it at? I put this somewhere. I think it was in the faux readme. We're into the ultra escape problem. Because the string that I'm building in memory. Okay, so needs to have the escape value. No! 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 Oh no. Oh no. So oh man, we got a problem. Okay. Okay, so while read literal, if we come across a backslash, then we should insert an extra backslash. Oh no, I'm super uncomfortable right now. Let me double check my file. I have a backslash in here. So it is going to read the backslash. So here it's in the middle of reading a literal. Let's do standard dot debug. Just standard dot log dot info. We did read the backslash. And make sure that it actually got here to the read the literal. Okay, let me more backslashes. So if it's unquoted. Oh, whoops, whoops, whoops. Okay, I see what went wrong, at least part of it. So this should change the state to read literal. That's why we're handling the backslash first, so I could put that in there. Okay, but good call anyway. Let me see what happens if I take this out. I'm suspecting that I'll get the same output that I was giving for. Yeah, okay. So, I have to escape the escapes in the string. Oh. Oh. I'm not sure how I feel about that. To do for the purpose of a value, we may not want to do this. Single quoted versus double quoted. I'm kind of glad this function exists, but it's also weird because I wasn't expecting it. All right, so now apparently we need to track the state as to whether or not the value was double quoted or single quoted. So to do track literal or quoted state. Because essentially, if it's unquoted, we treat it the same as though it's double quoted. Okay, and so let's just do single quoted for now. Bad comment. Okay. All right, so now I've done it dirty. So now I should just not change behavior rather than Okay, so now we should be able to not do anything special. No! All right. Okay, so reading a literal. No. No. Dang it, this sucks. It's outputting. Ugh. How do I get a single slash? I just want the single slash. I want it. I think that Zig might be doing it wrong. Oh no, Zig. No, it's Zig's own formatting. So Zig's own formatting. No, because before I was able to get a single slash out. Treat it as though it's single quoted. Not sure how to do this. Okay, what if we get rid of the Zig print and we just do normal print? Okay, I think that's right. Although personally, to do strip single quote. Okay, so when we read the literal, so we're going to need metadata about these variables to know whether they're literal or not. Oops. There was a problem here. Okay, next char. Okay. Let's see what this looks like. Okay. Yeah, so I want to tag these as quoted or unquoted and then be able to write out the values and escape them. And oh no. Oh. So we're going to create basically a POSIX format function. Anyway, this has been great. Again.
This was a triumph. I'm making a note here. Huge success.
I'm not. So we're past the part of me fighting against Zig. Although we will hopefully, get to that again next time. But for right now, we're in a point where I can just go through and finish up the parser, and it'll be crude still, but the basic rules are coming together. I'll have to have my own format function that probably mimics the parsers, or the Zig format function, but that follows POSIX rules. That'll be interesting. For single quoted, unquoted, single quoted, double quoted. So we have three different types of escape rules. But this is neat. Isn't this nice to see? I do want to fix one more bug, though, before I forget about it, because I am likely to forget about it. Which is, I mean, there's a whole bunch of... There's going to be a whole bunch of state here. But, let's see. Is first is true. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say is first false if is first ENV keys must begin with A through Z, or if this not character. Just so I don't forget about that one. Oh, interesting. Oh, right. Hold on. I've got to reset the thing. Whenever, oh, there's so much information that I could be tracking on this. What line number are we on? I'd have to keep track of the /r stuff. Okay, well, stuff is starting to look right. It's looking pretty good. Well, it's 1:30 almost. I'm pretty... Well, I'm going to go ahead and commit this. Getting pretty posixy. Okay, so if we wanted to do a read of quoted, it would be similar to unquoted. Rules are similar but different. And we'd have to have... Okay, so likewise, we'd have to have this one. Don't change to read quoted. And then we'd also need to go down here. Edit. Okay, so that one, we don't really need to worry about it. That one shouldn't do anything. Let's see, \R. That shouldn't mean anything. Do substitute. I don't know what this would mean in here. I guess it would mean the same thing as or what does backslash? I don't think that would mean anything here. That would just be weird. I'm just gonna get away with it because it wouldn't mean anything to escape a space or to escape a tab. None of that would have any meaning. It would just escape and escape. We'd also have oh, whoops. So that one, $. So yeah, this should be correct here. That should be correct there. So we shouldn't need to escape the quote within there. Okay, good. So when we switch back to read unquoted, and then if there's a space or anything, that doesn't matter. If there's a new line, it doesn't matter. Now, if there's a $sign, however, so things that start to become interesting in here would be the $sign, and then to do read this thing. And then the state would change to read variable. All right, so this is getting pretty close. And now we're also at a point that's kind of interesting because we need, let's see. Well, I need to go track a lot of these writer bytes, that's for sure. I still need to write those bytes, okay. So there's a lot of these I need to continue to write out. Almost all of, I think. So basically, whatever's quoted, as long as we're in the quoted mechanism, we're always going to write those bytes. So we don't even need to have that anywhere in here. And then the same thing with the literal one. So with the literal, yeah, we're always going to do the right byte. Okay. So we don't need to do an extra right byte. Because we're always going to do the right byte. Okay. The tiredness is getting to me. So I believe now we should also be supporting double quotes. This should now give me an error. This should not give me an error. Ah! My formatter is getting the better of me. Oh, I don't have the read variable state. Dang it. Formatter, don't get the better of me. How do I tell my formatter to not write this? Well, one thing I could do is I could change it from .env to .env.txt. And then my formatter won't know any better. Okay, what else was I going to do? Oh, I need to add the read variable state. To do. We can't read bars yet. Okay, so secret 4. I'm not sure if that... Did that work? I think it worked. Let me go change one thing here. Read quoted. So let's make it not escape. The escape. Then we should get an error. Unexpected escape value. So that should... Read... Oh, unquoted, not read quoted. Yeah, so I just want to check that this... I could have a debug flag and then... Okay, good. So it looks like that's working. And then it doesn't like the escape value on 4, which is good. Excellent. Cool. This is looking good. And at some point, what I ought to do is I ought to connect that null writer to a real writer so that I can see that it outputs identical files. Well, it should be nearly identical files, because it's okay if there's a white space change. Okay. And I could have a new line counter in there, and then just when I read or write the files, because I want this right here. This should be allowable, but this should not. So if it looks like this, it should get trimmed to this. Also, same here. That should just get trimmed. Having this. This is okay. All right, so next time I need to finish up the variable reading, and for that we're going to need another, well, I think what we're going to need is, actually got to think about this. It can have a key and it can have a value, and a value can have multiple variables inside. And we need to keep track of some metadata about the variable. So for example, does it have the brackets around it, or does it not? That's just important to know. Anyway, I'm going to go. Let me go ahead and see if I can pull up here somebody to raid on the Twitches. I do not see. Let's see. Indie Tales. Somebody's working on a thing called Indie Tales. Let's throw some people at Adam C. Eunice. Or we got Mercenary Mage. Ask your dev questions here. We also have a Coffee Lava. Any suggestions? All right. Jacqueline, it was very wonderful to have you on the stream. I appreciated your insights. I'm going to go with Adam C. Eunice. All right. Then, like, sub, follow if you want to. Let the Wanu guide you. And I hope to catch you again. Adios.